Je déclare ouverte la...
The fourth plenary meeting of the High-Level International Conference for the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the Implementation of the Two-State Solution is called to order. The conference shall now continue its general debate. Delegations are reminded that statements in the general debate should not exceed 5 minutes, so that all of the speakers on the list can take the floor today. The microphones will be cut off after 5 minutes. Speakers with longer statements are encouraged to submit the full length of their statement to e-statements@un.org for posting on the Journal of the United Nations. I'll now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Chair, thank you so much to France and Saudi Arabia for your leadership on this issue. This is an important meeting. It reflects our grave concerns on the war in Gaza, deterioration in the West Bank, and the critical need to preserve the two-state solution. The impetus for today's conference lies in Hamas's horrific attacks of 7 October 23. While New Zealand continues to condemn these attacks, Israel's military response long ago ceased to be proportionate, reasonable, or moral. And Hamas continues to act with complete disregard for human life. New Zealand joins others in again calling for an urgent ceasefire. Hamas must release the remaining hostages. Israel must cease its military action. Humanitarian aid must be surged in immediately, without restriction, delivered by principled and experienced humanitarian actors. Chair, the only way out of the immediate Gaza crisis and the broader conflict is political. I would like to offer 5 short points on the way forward, guided by New Zealand's long-standing approach to the Middle East peace process. 1. There must be a comprehensive and sustainable two-state solution with secure and recognised borders for both Israel and Palestine. This means the international community must categorically oppose any attempt to annex the occupied Palestinian territories, and it must oppose forced displacement. We do not and we cannot accept the actions by Israel to render a Palestinian state unviable. 2. Direct negotiations between the parties are the only way to achieve a sustainable agreement. We must continue to be clear with all parties that military solutions will not bring peace to the region. Collectively, we need to deliberately build the conditions that will allow the key parties to genuinely engage. This means building the political and economic viability of any future Palestinian state and supporting active engagement from the region. 3. We must support Israel's right to exist in peace and security. Security guarantees for Israel are essential. These must include a reassertion of the Palestinian Authority's principles of non-violence and confirmation that Hamas has no future role in the governance of any Palestinian state. Regional commitments to engagement, integration, and normalization of relationships with Israel will be key to creating the conditions under which Israel will feel secure. 4. We must support the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. We strongly support efforts to ensure representative, robust, and responsive Palestinian political leadership across the occupied Palestinian territories. These need to manifest in undertaking the elections committed to by the Palestinian Authority and binding commitments to renew political leadership and continue reform. We agree that it is also critical to advance concrete steps to build the economic capacity of a Palestinian state. We welcome the direct commitments from the region and others to support Palestine economically. We also reiterate our call to Israel to fulfill its obligations to ensure the unimpeded flow of Palestinian tax revenue. We cannot expect the governance institutions to function if they are being deliberately strangled. 5. International law must be respected. Israel must uphold its legal, humanitarian, and human rights obligations to the civilian population of the OPT, including as an occupying power. Israel's actions, including its withholding and politicization of humanitarian assistance, are unacceptable. Failure to do this not only undermines human rights, but also the long-term prospects for security and stability, and the international rules on which we all rely. Chair, as noted at the outset,
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of New Zealand, and I give the floor to the representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Distinguished co-chairs, Excellencies, the Lao People's Democratic Republic wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the co-chairs, France and Saudi Arabia, for convening this important debate on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. The Lao PDR has been following with deep concern the situation in the Middle East, the prolonged conflict, and the continuing suffering by the Palestinian people. We wish to reiterate that a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the question of Palestine must be achieved through peaceful means, in accordance with the international law and the relevant United Nations resolutions. Co-chairs, as a peace-loving nation that firmly upholds the Charter of the United Nations, the Lao PDR has consistently advocated for the peaceful settlement of disputes and the peaceful coexistence of all nations. We strongly believe that the only viable path toward achieving lasting peace, security, and stability in the Middle East is through the establishment of two sovereign states living side by side in peace and security in accordance with the relevant United Nations resolutions and international law. In this regard, we call for the full respect for the inalienable and legitimate right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the establishment of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine, and for creating conditions that would enable the state of Palestine to become a full member of the United Nations. The Lao PDR also underscores the urgent need for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance, and the protection of civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law. In this regard, we welcome the adoption of the recent General Assembly resolution on the protection of civilians and the upholding of legal and humanitarian obligations, which calls for an immediate end to the blockade of Gaza, the opening of all border crossings, and the unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid to the Palestinian civilian population. Thus, efforts by the international community are critical in creating conducive conditions for the resumption of direct negotiations between the two parties based on mutual respect and mutual recognition. In closing, the Lao PDR reiterates its unwavering commitment in supporting all efforts aimed at peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine. We call upon all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, respect international law, and work sincerely toward the shared goal of lasting peace and stability in the region. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic, and I give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, co-chairs. The full version of this statement will be uploaded on the website. I thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France for leading this important process at a time when the entire world is outraged by Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, and the two-state solution is in grave peril. Co-chairs, Malaysia wishes to put forth 3 points. First, the solution to this long-standing conflict must be based on international law and the UN Charter. International law, the UN Charter, and relevant UN resolutions, as well as rulings and opinions of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, must be the guiding principles in our endeavor. Most importantly, we must be united in support of the inalienable right to self-determination of the Palestinian people through a sovereign state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The recognition of the State of Palestine is a crucial step to protect the two-state solution. We commend countries that have made the bold decision to recognize the State of Palestine and urge others that have not to do so urgently. Israel's occupation of Palestinian lands, which has been deemed illegal by the ICJ, must end. Israel's attempts to forcibly displace Palestinians or change the demographics of the occupied Palestinian territories must be categorically opposed. We must stop the supply of arms, munitions, and items that enable Israel to further expand and entrench its occupation. Targeted sanctions must be imposed on those who incite hatred and violence, illegal settlers, organizations, and businesses that support or profit from the illegal settlements. Malaysia, since December 2023, has banned Israel-flagged ships and ships bound for Israel from docking in Malaysian ports. This is another tangible step that can be taken by all. We must also end Israel's impunity. Malaysia has participated in proceedings at the ICJ aimed at protecting the Palestinian people. We stand ready to participate in future legal processes to ensure accountability and attain justice for the Palestinian people. Secondly, we must protect and strengthen the central role of the United Nations. We must unambiguously reject Israel's attempts to undermine the UN. This includes standing up against Israel's actions to malign, discredit, and intimidate UN officials, including special mandate holders. Israel must be pressured to fully cooperate with the UN, especially by allowing unimpeded access for humanitarian missions through UN mechanism. We condemn the death trap that is the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has caused the death of about 1,000 Palestinians while seeking food aid. We must defend and support UNRWA. Malaysia has been a regular contributor to UNRWA and is exploring a multi-year funding agreement to ensure predictability of UNRWA's funding. Third, we must ensure the viability of the Palestinian state. Malaysia supports a UN-mandated stabilization mission with the concurrence of the State of Palestine. Malaysia stands ready to contribute peacekeeping personnel to support such a mission. We also support the Arab OIC reconstruction plan and are ready to participate in its implementation. Under the Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program, we are ready to offer tailored capacity building programs to Palestinian officials to help strengthen Palestinian institutions. Additionally, we will also encourage collaborations involving private sectors, universities, and civil society. Co-chairs, the two-state solution is and remains the only internationally recognized solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is totally unacceptable that 78 years since the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 181, only one of the two states has enjoyed independence and full membership to the UN, while the other, the State of Palestine, continues to be denied its independence and full membership to the UN. For more than 7 decades, the Palestinians have been systematically dispossessed of their rights, land, property, and dignity through Israel's illegal and brutal occupation. It is time to end this historic and gross injustice. Thank you, co-chairs.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Malaysia, and I give the floor now to the representative of Sri Lanka.
Excellencies, Sri Lanka appreciates France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership in driving this much-needed multilateral effort to promote a peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. While Sri Lanka condemns the brutal attacks on 7th October 2023, the unending catastrophic situation we see on a daily basis since then has resulted unimaginable human suffering in the occupied Palestine territory. The overwhelming majority of dead are women and children. Sri Lanka's solidarity with the Palestinian people remains consistent. The only realistic and lasting way to achieve peace is through a two-state solution. The Middle East, which was once a cradle of civilizations and a land of profound spiritual significance, today is facing peril. Excellencies, the end of starvation in Gaza is also as important as agreeing on an immediate ceasefire. Sri Lanka is alarmed that the civilians lining up for humanitarian aid in Gaza are being killed. We urge the authorities to lift restrictions on aid operations in the occupied Palestinian territory and call for a return to UN-led delivery mechanisms. The UN and its agencies must be allowed to perform their crucial mandates. Sri Lanka recognizes the central role played by UNRWA as the legitimate body tasked with supporting Palestine refugees. In this regard, we deeply regret the loss of over 300 lives of UNRWA staff. UN agencies or their staff should not be victims or subjects of harassment for performing their mandate under international obligations. Co-chairs, as the chair of the Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices affecting the human rights of the Palestinian people and other Arabs of the occupied territories, it is our firm belief that peace in the OPT will remain untenable as long as the underlying issues, such as occupation, blockade, and the refusal to recognize Palestine's self-determination, continue to exist. Therefore, we must recognize the legitimate and inalienable right of the Palestinian people to statehood. Sri Lanka has consistently supported a just and comprehensive negotiated political settlement to the Palestine issue in line with UN resolutions, leading to two states living side by side based on the 1967 borders. Co-chairs, Sri Lanka recognizes the legitimate security concerns of both Israeli and Palestinian people and acknowledges the suffering that people of both sides have experienced due to decades of violence and conflict. This is the exact reason why Sri Lanka maintains that dialogue remains the only viable option to effectively address the issues of both parties and the region as a whole. In the interest of achieving a peaceful solution for this long-standing dispute, we suggest to consider the following immediate steps to save the lives of thousands of affected innocent civilians. First, an immediate ceasefire. Second, release of all hostages of both parties, including children and women, as a catalyst for building trust. Third, allow UNRWA and other UN agencies to carry out their mandates in Palestine, including in OPS, without any obstruction. Fourth, a UN-monitored mechanism to disarm all military groups in Palestine. Fifth, immediate halt of new settler programs in OPT. Sixth, Palestine's full membership in the United Nations, which has been endorsed by the UN General Assembly at the 10th Emergency Special Session. Excellencies, despite the deep-rooted tensions and complicated realities, decades of global agreement point to the two-state solution as the most viable path ahead. This approach is not just a matter of political practicality, but based on historical context, legal principles, and the shared right of Israelis and Palestinians to statehood. Sri Lanka hopes that this conference will move beyond expressions of support or censure and propel action towards peace for the region. I thank you.
Je remercie le
I thank the representative of Sri Lanka for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Co-chairs, I wish to commend your efforts in organizing this conference in a challenging context. This is a conversation and an opportunity for a broader reflection. Excellencies, Malta has been consistent in upholding the two-state solution as the only feasible, just, and sustainable path towards lasting peace in the Middle East. There is now a real risk that the prospect of a two-state solution could slip away. Last year, the International Court of Justice outlined the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination as a peremptory norm of international law. Like many others in this chamber, Malta has consistently supported this inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. It is for this reason that the government of Malta has taken the principled decision to formally recognize the state of Palestine at the upcoming UN General Assembly in September. This decision reflects Malta's commitment to international law, justice, and the right of peoples to self-determination. We believe that recognition is not merely symbolic, it is a concrete step towards the realization of a just and lasting peace. Such concrete steps are necessary if we are to live up to the spirit of what we advocate. It is also clear that the only way of achieving a sovereign, autonomous Palestinian state in control of its own fixed borders is through negotiation. In particular, we believe that this will require not only political willingness to negotiate from both sides, but the existence of a legitimate Palestinian government entrusted with a popular mandate. Excellencies, current issues must also be addressed with alacrity. Palestinians must immediately be given access to food, electricity, fuel, medical supplies, and other key assistance if we are to prevent even more lives needlessly being lost. In this respect, Malta welcomes the increase in aid entering Gaza over the last days, and we hope that the humanitarian aid, which we ourselves have dispatched with the help of the government of Cyprus and UNOPS, will soon make its way through the Amaltea maritime corridor and reach Gaza. The Palestinians, particularly children, are suffering greatly. They have fallen and are falling victim to starvation and ill health. This must stop. An immediate and durable ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and unimpeded humanitarian access into Gaza will be vital for any peace-building process to succeed. A fully functioning state reflecting the aspirations of the Palestinian people should not be merely a geographic and political expression. It should serve to bring about the social and economic emancipation of the Palestinians. Over the long term, the people of Gaza need hope governance, and reconstruction. To this end, Malta reiterates its support for the staged approach at the center of the Gaza Recovery, Reconstruction, and Development Plan, and despite limited resources, we are committed to provide funding for this process. Like many others, we also believe that Hamas should not form part of the equation in Gaza's future governance. We are witnessing an alarming acceleration in the expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, an expansion that not only violates international law, but also gravely undermines the prospects for a just and lasting peace. Tackling settlements in this region and their expansion is critical to the viability of a Palestinian state. Excellencies, this conference has demonstrated our common realization that platitudes and rhetoric will not get us any closer to peace. Rather, what is needed is a roadmap of concrete actions which will ensure the continued viability of the two-state solution. My government is committed to taking 3 specific actions towards this goal. Malta will continue to lend this political support, including in multilateral fora, to all initiatives. We can say that the humanitarian assistance
Je remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malta for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Nigeria.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, Nigeria welcomes the convening of this high-level conference to address the protracted challenges of the two-state solution and express profound appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for their efforts that culminated in holding this very important meeting on the implementation of the resolutions pertaining to the question of Palestine and the two-state solution, in line with relevant UNGA resolutions. The protracted and unfortunate situation in Gaza and other Palestinian territories cannot be ignored anymore. The lingering Israel-Palestine conflict indicates that the international community has failed to live up to the spirit and aspiration of the United Nations to rid the world of inequality, violence, and illegal occupation. Nigeria recalls the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legal consequences arising from Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory, and wishes to state that Israel has an obligation to bring an end to its presence in this Palestinian territory in order to actualize the cause of self-determination of the Palestinian people. Nigeria has made several efforts in the past to play a mediating role in the conflict at the highest level, including visiting both Israel and Palestine, during which time we call on the two sides to return to the negotiating table. Therefore, as we underscore the importance of this gathering, Nigeria wishes to call for concrete follow-ups of these important initiatives that could culminate in the realization of a two-state solution and end the age-long conflict. The United Nations, which has remained a beacon of hope and a platform for collaboration in an increasingly interconnected world, must uphold its responsibilities. The role of the United Nations as a catalyst for change will remain crucial, and Nigeria will continue to strongly support the Palestinian cause while reiterating the call that the occupied territory must abide by their responsibilities under international law. Nigeria further reiterates its position that there is no justification for the carnage that is currently going on in the occupied Palestinian territory. The loss of human lives that continues to rise every day is unacceptable, even as we stress that the Palestinian people deserve their independence. This, we believe, is fundamental for security, justice, and peace for all those living in the region. Nigeria also reiterates the call on the Security Council to bring about a permanent solution to the Palestinian question by ensuring the realization of the two-state solution. inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the independence and sovereignty of the State of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders. Nigeria appreciates and supports Egypt and Qatar in their ongoing diplomatic efforts to reach an agreement for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, and the Arab-Islamic plan for early recovery, reconstruction, and development of Gaza, which was presented by Egypt in full coordination with the State of Palestine and endorsed by both the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Nigeria wishes to highlight the vital and important role of the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East, along with other United Nations agencies in alleviating the plight of Palestinian people, and urges the international community to support the agency through ensuring that its finances are sustainable and predictable for a continuity in its humanitarian work. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, Nigeria, while reiterating the call for the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations with all rights and privileges, hopes that today's forum could be the enduring legacy of multilateral efforts in the realization of a political horizon of achieving a just and lasting solution for the people of Palestine on this basis of the two-state solution, with the people living side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized pre-1967 borders. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Nigeria for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mauritius.
Chairs, distinguished delegates, Mauritius welcomes this international conference as a way forward on an issue that poses a serious threat to peace and security and has given rise to a man-made humanitarian crisis in Palestine that worsens by the day. The co-conveners have rightly set the theme of the conference as the implementation of the two-state solution, which has long been advocated by the international community as an essential condition for peace and stability in the region. The implementation of the two-state solution does not mean the creation of a new state. Palestine meets the criteria for statehood under international law. Indeed, it has already been recognized as a state by the vast majority of states and by the United Nations, which admitted Palestine as an observer state. The announcements by France and the UK that they intend to join over 2/3 of UN members in recognizing the state of Palestine is a significant step going forward. It is our view that the term two-state solution refers to the mutual recognition of two existing states and their respective sovereignty with secure and recognized borders living alongside each other. This would also put an end to the unlawful settlements and annexations and thus provide for recognized borders in line with international law. Furthermore, it should enable the State of Palestine to take its rightful place as a full-fledged member state of the United Nations. Mauritius reiterates its unwavering support for the two-state solution and calls on the international community to spare no effort in its implementation. The need for this solution has become still more urgent as we hear of the persistent, harrowing accounts of the unimaginable and horrific situation in Gaza, the loss of innocent lives and the dehumanization of the population who are subjected to displacement, disease, and starvation. Mauritius will continue to support all initiatives at the UN to bring a just, peaceful, comprehensive, and lasting solution to the conflict. As the United Nations pursues efforts to make itself more responsive to the needs of future generations, the principles and goals set out in the UN Charter provide a solid framework for the implementation of the two-state solution. Member states' obligations to respect international law, including human rights and humanitarian law, are cardinal principles that must be observed at all times. Respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the political independence of states are foundational norms. As the United Nations celebrates its 80th anniversary, all member states need to uphold the UN Charter and reaffirm the fundamental principles of our organization. This conference today is a decisive moment to bolster multilateralism and reaffirm our resolve to pursue global peace and security by bringing an end to the violence and decades-long human suffering in Palestine. Let us commit together to create the necessary conditions for durable peace and prosperity in the region. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Mauritius for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Co-chairs, this high-level international conference is taking place at a critical juncture when the just cause of the Palestinian people for realizing right to self-determination and establishing the independent state is seriously challenged. We express strong hope that this high-level international conference will mark an important occasion in ending historic injustice once and for all. Co-chairs, the just and peaceful solution to the question of the Palestine is imperative for establishing durable peace and stability in the Middle East and beyond. It is our shared responsibility to facilitate a just, comprehensive, and lasting solution to the question about Palestine in accordance with the UN Charter, the relevant UN resolutions, and international law. On that note, my delegation would like to highlight the following position. First, international efforts should be intensified to end Israeli outright violation of UN Charter and international law without any further delay. In defiance of the strong protests and condemnation of the international community, Israel continued to commit war crime and crime against humanity in occupied Palestine territory, including in Gaza Strip. We join the international community in strongly condemning such crimes and urging Israel to halt immediately the barbaric atrocity against innocent Palestinian civilians. Moreover, Israel is more bluntly making the moves to expand illegal settlement activity, forcibly displace Palestinian people, and seize Palestinian territory, including in Gaza Strip. The decisive steps are urgently needed to reject any attempt and moves to change the demographic and territorial character of the occupied Palestinian territory in flagrant violation of the UN Charter and international law. Second, unilateral and double standard approach should be categorically rejected. In this regard, we draw your attention to unilateral policy, hypocrisy, and double standard of the United States, which has long connived at and shared Israel barbaric atrocity and illegal territorial expansion. While much talking about the ceasefire and mediation and acting peacemaker on one hand, the United States, on the other hand, systematically blocked peaceful settlement of question of Palestine by abusing its veto power and giving green light to the Israel mass killing through provision of the military, financial, and logistical support under the absurd pretext of the Israel's right to self-defense. The international community should sharpen the vigilance against and resolutely reject unilateral and double standard moves of the United States in favor of Israel. Last but not least, the practical and immediate step should be taken to realize the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. As of now, more than 140 member states recognize the state of Palestine, and we join in the calling for urging member states which have not yet recognized the state of Palestine to do so, to pave the way for just and peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine. At the same time, admission of the state of Palestine to full membership of the United Nations should be unconditionally fast-tracked. The attitude towards recognition of the state of Palestine and its admission to the full membership of the United Nations is a litmus test
to determine the position on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and realization of the inalienable rights of Palestinian people. Taking this opportunity, we reaffirm our unwavering support for and solidarity with the Palestinian people in their just struggle to terminate Israel's illegal occupation and to realize their rights, and including establishment of an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital and admission of the State of Palestine as a full-fledged UN member state. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Mongolia.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. At the outset, I wish to sincerely thank the co-chairs of the conference and the co-chairs of the working groups for their tireless efforts to make this conference possible. At this critical moment in history, Mongolia reaffirms its steadfast support for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the urgent need to implement two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. Mongolia firmly supports the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, including their right to an independent and sovereign state of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with the State of Israel. We believe that the two-state solution based on the pre-1960 borders and in line with international law and relevant UN resolutions remains the only viable path forward, achieving just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We underscore that the immediate and unconditional permanent ceasefire respected by all parties is a vital precondition for the viable implementation of the two-state solution with no role of Hamas in it. Peace cannot take root amid ongoing violence, destruction, and profound human suffering. The presumption of credible political process must begin with silencing guns and safeguarding civilian lives. We stress that all parties to the conflict must comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. Violations of these obligations not only undermine prospects for peace, but also erode the fundamental norms of our shared humanity. Mongolia acknowledges the critical role of the United Nations, regional actors, and broader international community in advancing peace efforts and promoting a sustainable political solution. We welcome the initiative of the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation on the Recovery and Reconstruction, which demonstrates the important regional leadership in laying the foundations for stability and sustainable development. We also welcome the establishment of the Global Alliance for the implementation of two-state solutions and the convening of this conference as a timely and necessary effort to move from words to actions. The time has come not to revive another process, but to implement once and for all what the international community has long agreed upon, the realization of two states living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Let us be guided by the principles of international law and solidarity. Mongolia stands ready to support all genuine efforts that contribute to comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Mongolia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Oman.
الرئيسان المشاركان.
Co-chairs. The Sultanate of Oman extends at the outset its sincere thanks and appreciation to the custodian of the two holy shrines, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud of the sisterly kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, President of the Friendly French Republic, for their appreciated effort in calling for this conference, which represents a real commitment to achieving a just and lasting peace in our region. We also express our deep appreciation to everyone who contributed to organizing this event for a better future for the region and its people. The Sultanate of Oman welcomes the historic announcement by His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron of France of the intention to recognize the State of Palestine, and we also welcome the announcement by the British Prime Minister of his country's intention to recognize the Palestinian state during the upcoming United Nations General Assembly. The Sultanate of Oman calls upon the rest of the states that have not yet recognized the Palestinian state to do so immediately. Honorable presence, today we stand before your kind gathering, bearing the firm message of the Sultanate of Oman in its values and humanitarian positions in support of the Palestinian right to self-determination and the establishment of an independent and sovereign state with East Jerusalem as its capital under international law. Therefore, the two-state solution is the only and just way to achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East, a solution that is based on the resolutions of international legitimacy and has been embodied in the Arab Peace Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, today we see that the hope for peace is being eroded by unilateral Israeli policies, the expansion of illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, not to mention the tragic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. The nature of the current Israeli government's policies, as the most extreme in decades, further complicates the landscape and directly hampers all effort to relaunch the peace process. We condemn in the strongest terms the adoption by the Israeli Knesset of a draft decision calling for the imposition of Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank in Palestine in a new defiance of the provisions of international law and resolutions of international legitimacy, and a deliberate undermining of the chances for peace in the Middle East. In light of this reality, talking about the two-state solution is no longer enough, but should be translated into a viable plan backed by serious political will and practical measures based on the approved international points of reference. We commend friendly states that have taken courageous and responsible steps to recognize the State of Palestine, a recognition that represents not only a legal and political position, but also a moral expression of siding with justice and human rights. These positions enhance the chances for real peace and constitute positive pressure towards ending the occupation and achieving a just settlement. From this rostrum, we renew the call for the rest of the world, especially those countries that believe in the principles of international law and the right of peoples to self-determination, to follow suit and enable the Palestinian people to gain full international recognition of their independent state on their land. We also stress that the State of Palestine be granted full membership in the United Nations. Admitting the State of Palestine as a full member of this organization is a legitimate right and a motivation for the peace process, and reflects a real translation of the positions into practical realities. And we are grateful for the tireless effort made by the 8 working groups, whose work played an active and constructive role and contributed to laying the foundation for sustained international engagement for this conference in support of a just and lasting peace. The microphone has been cut.
Je remercie
I thank the representative of Oman for his statement.
Je donne maintenant la parole.
I now give the floor to the representative of Tajikistan.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, Tajikistan welcomes the convening of this timely high-level conference. We commend the co-chairs, France and Saudi Arabia, for their leadership and for bringing the international community together to discuss the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. We are deeply concerned by the continued violence and the worsening humanitarian situation in Palestine. The toll on civilians, especially women and children, is devastating. Prospects for peace are growing increasingly fragile. Tajikistan supports the peaceful resolution of conflicts. We believe in dialogue, mutual respect, and the adherence to international law. Sustainable peace in Palestine depends on inclusive political processes guided by the principles of the UN Charter. We also believe that the only viable path to a just and lasting peace lies in the full implementation of relevant UN resolutions. This must lead to the establishment of independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We recognize the essential role of the United Nations. We also welcome the contributions of regional and international partners, including the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, in advancing diplomacy and supporting humanitarian efforts. Tajikistan has, within its capacity, extended humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people and stands ready to continue supporting those in need. Excellencies, the international community shares a responsibility to protect civilians and to prevent further escalation. We must help create the condition for a credible political process. We urge all parties to exercise restraint and choose the path of peace. Tajikistan stands in solidarity with all those affected by the conflict. We remain committed to international efforts that promote peace, stability, and justice. Let us use this moment to reaffirm our commitment to dialogue, coexistence, and international law. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Tajikistan for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Guatemala.
Señores copresidentes.
Co-chairs. On behalf of the government of Guatemala, I'd like to thank the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership and commitment in convening and organizing this international conference. It's an opportunity to undertake concrete steps and try to make progress towards a just and definitive resolution of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. We also recognize the valuable work of the co-chairs of the conference's working groups, whose diplomatic efforts made it possible to structure key topics to advance on proposals aimed at achieving tangible outcomes. The Republic of Guatemala officially recognized Palestine on the 8th of April 2013 as a free, independent, and sovereign state. Likewise, on the 14th of May 1948, we were the first country in Latin America to recognize the founding of the State of Israel. These decisions reflect not only our historic commitment to the international recognition of sovereign states, but also to promoting peace and stability in the Middle East. Hence, Guatemala advocates a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side within safe and recognized borders, addressing Israel's legitimate security concerns and enabling the establishment of a Palestinian state that is politically and economically viable. Co-chairs, undoubtedly the abhorrent terrorist acts perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023 and the response by the State of Israel, which has primarily affected the civilian population residing in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, contravene the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law. In addition, we are alarmed by the repercussions of this conflict across the rest of the region. We have seen deeply concerning developments in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. Guatemala therefore joins other countries in calling for an immediate ceasefire to enable humanitarian activities to proceed unhindered in a favourable environment, and we call for the release of hostages. We sincerely hope that this will lead to a sustainable ceasefire. We reaffirm our profound commitment to respecting international humanitarian law and the principles enshrined in the Geneva Conventions. Guatemala condemns all acts of violence that primarily affect the civilian population. We also express our deep-rooted concern at the severe humanitarian crisis currently unfolding in the Gaza Strip. More than 1 million people have been displaced, and the destruction of critical civilian infrastructure has left the population without access to essential services such as drinking water, medical care, and electricity. The suffering of the civilian population is unacceptable and requires urgent attention. The consequences are particularly devastating for women, the elderly, and children displaced by the conflict, who are facing profound trauma, violence, the loss of protection, and hunger. In the face of this human tragedy, we firmly appeal to all parties involved to fully respect international humanitarian law and to ensure the protection of these vulnerable groups, of critical civilian infrastructure, and unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance. Co-chairs, we believe in the urgent need to move towards a sustainable peace, bringing an end to decades of war and suffering. We decisively support the two-state solution as the only just, sustainable, and viable path to peace. As a nation committed to peace and security, Guatemala will continue to support the international community in promoting a negotiated, non-military political solution to the conflict. We encourage all parties involved, as well as the international community, to continue working to bring an end to this war. This will only be possible through diplomacy and dialogue. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Guatemala for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, for nearly 80 years, significant concessions have been granted to the occupying regime in the Palestinian territories. The policy of appeasement has proven ineffective in achieving peace, instead legitimizing and reinforcing the Israeli regime expansionist policies. The Gaza Strip has been reduced to rubble, and tens of thousands of inhabitants have been brutally slaughtered. Meanwhile, the regime intends to annex the West Bank to previously occupied Palestinian territory. Besides, the so-called Abraham Accord proved to be of no added value for the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question. Rather, it merely emboldened the regime to reinforce and continue its destabilizing policies in Palestine and beyond. The regime brutality in violation of international law and the UN Charter further extended to the territory of sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. From 13 to 25 June, the Iranian vital infrastructure, scientists, civilians, including women and children, and civilian objects, as well as the IAEA safeguard nuclear facilities, were targeted by unprovoked attacks by the Israeli regime, abated with the US direct engagement. Distinguished colleagues, the Charter prescribe the principles of self-determination and impose upon the United Nations the duty to respect the right of each nation to choose freely to be master of its destiny. With such conviction, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its principled position that the lasting peace and security in the region can only be achieved through the establishment of an independent sovereign state of Palestine rooted in the genuine will of the original inhabitant regardless of their religion, as would be expressed in a free and inclusive referendum. The Islamic Republic of Iran firmly believes that any genuine initiative to realize the inalienable right of the Palestinian people must include the following core principles. 1. A just and lasting peace in Palestine can only be achieved through the full realization of the Palestinian people's inherent right to continued resistance and self-determination and to complete the end of occupation, apartheid, and all forms of colonial domination. Second, the Palestinian admission as a full member of the United Nations must be prioritized. The Security Council, under Article 4 of the UN Charter, is duty-bound to recommend Palestine membership. This process must not be obstructed by the United States. 3. The occupying regime must be held fully accountable for its systematic and widespread violation of international humanitarian and human rights law, including war crimes, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and its prolonged illegal occupation and apartheid policies. No form of immunity and impunity should shield such egregious violations. In light of its continued defiance of the UN Charter, the Israeli regime must face targeted sanction and suspension of its UN membership to protect the integrity and credibility of the organization. Any attempt to normalize relations with the Israeli occupying regime, as long as it persists in its illegal occupation and atrocity crimes, is a betrayal of international law and justice. Such actions undermine regional and international peace and security, confer unwarranted legitimacy on the criminal practices of the Israeli regime, and further embolden it to perpetrate grave violation of international law with impunity. We call for a sustainable solution and warn that any solution that is rooted in apartheid, injustice, and inequality will not be a sustainable one. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant de la République.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic. Chairs of the conference, the Dominican Republic would like to begin by expressing its thanks to the co-chairs, France and Saudi Arabia, for the work that they've done over the last few months to make this meeting possible. We also acknowledge the hard work undertaken by all of the countries participating in the 8 working groups which have presented their conclusions this week. This was timely and much needed work. We cannot stand indifferent to the current crisis in the region. As a country committed to the principles of international law and international humanitarian law, the Dominican Republic expresses its deep concern over the humanitarian situation afflicting the civilian population in the region. We urgently call on all parties to ensure safe, swift, and unobstructed access to humanitarian assistance for all those in need, in accordance with the obligations established under the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols. Our country stands ready to continue supporting all diplomatic efforts made by the international community to facilitate dialogue, ease tensions, and to promote an international order based on respect for the rule of law, where human dignity, justice, and inclusive development are the guiding principles. In this context, the Dominican Republic wishes to reiterate its steadfast support for the existence of a Palestinian state. We trust that the outcomes of this conference, particularly on the basis of the contributions presented by the various working groups, will make an important contribution to this shared objective in favour of peace. We hope that this will be achieved through the full implementation of a two-state solution and through the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of this organisation. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the representative of the Dominican Republic for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Cambodia.
Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, at the outset, allow me to express my appreciation to the government of France and Saudi Arabia for convening this vital high-level conference. It is my honor to speak today on behalf of a nation that not long ago emerged from the shadow of conflict, devastation, and grief. Cambodia, now all too well the human cause of war and the destructive power of hatred. This experience compels us to approach today's deliberations with a profound commitment to peace. As a small and peace-loving state, Cambodia cannot overstate the values of peace. Yet today, our peace has been gravely disrupted. The situation along our border remains fragile, following a series of hostile acts by our neighbors. Mr. President, Cambodia reaffirmed its unwavering support for two-state solution as the only viable path to a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace between Israel and Palestine. The vision rooted in relevant United Nations resolution and international law envision two sovereign states coexistent side by side in harmony within secure and recognized border. In this regard, Cambodia further endorsed Palestinian aspiration for full membership of the United Nations. Cambodia called for utmost genuine effort to resolve the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict through diplomacy, peaceful resolution, starting with a permanent ceasefire agreement, which is urgently needed to protect life and provide relief to the suffering. We express deep concern about the persistent violence and humanitarian suffering in the region, which must not be allowed to continue unchecked. Civilian safety must be non-negotiable. We strongly condemn all acts of terrorism and violence targeting civilians. Such action only deep division and perpetuate cycle of vengeance. The horror of war cannot be resolved through further conflict. Cambodia urged all parties to engage in meaningful dialogue guided by international law and humanitarian principles. Cambodia called upon the international community to renew its commitment and solidarity to multilateralism, strengthen the roles of United Nations, and advocate for constructive engagement between all stakeholders to support negotiations that lead to a just, lasting, and peaceful resolution. In conclusion, Cambodia wishes to underscore the importance of upholding the principle of mutual respect and tolerance as fundamental pillar of peaceful coexistence, stability, and progress throughout the region. Let us move beyond finger pointing and unite in our shared humanity. Let peace not be a distant dream, but a shared and achievable reality. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie
I thank the representative of Cambodia for that statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Holy See.
Mr. Co-Chairs, at the outset, my delegation wishes to express its appreciation to France and Saudi Arabia for convening this conference and to thank the co-chairs of the working groups for their dedicated efforts. In an era where strength is frequently regarded as a prerequisite for peace, this gathering should serve as a poignant reminder that only through patient and inclusive dialogue, a just and lasting conflict resolution can be achieved. Mr. Co-Chairs, in the light of the profound anguish and terrible human suffering that has befallen the region, the Holy See reiterates its unequivocal condemnation of the heinous terrorist attack of 7 October by Hamas against the people of Israel. Terrorism can never be justified. At the same time, the Holy See emphasizes that the right to self-defense should be exercised within the traditional limit of necessity and proportionality. The Holy See remains gravely concerned by the worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. The devastating impact on civilians, especially the number of children killed, has been compounded by the destructions of homes, hospitals, and places of worship, with the recent attack on the Holy Family Church further wounding an already distressed community. This is deeply concerning given that Christians in the region have long played a vital role as a moderating and stabilizing presence, promoting dialogue and peace. The mass displacement of families, the breakdown of essential services, growing famine, and widespread deprivation shock the human conscience and require an immediate coordinated response from the international community. Therefore, the Holy See urgently calls for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all Israeli hostages, the restitutions of the bodies of the deceased, the protection of all Palestinian civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and unhindered access to humanitarian assistance. Mr. Co-Chairs, the Holy See remains convinced that the two-state solution based on a secure and internationally recognized borders is the only viable and equitable path towards a just and lasting peace. To support this vision, the Holy See has already taken meaningful steps. It formally recognized the State of Israel through the 1993 Fundamental Agreement and the State of Palestine through the 2015 Comprehensive Agreement. It continues to uphold the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including the right to self-determination. The Holy See supports their legitimate aspiration to live in freedom, security, and dignity within an independent and sovereign state. Mr. Co-Chairs, Jerusalem is a city of universal religion and cultural significance. It is sacred to Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. Therefore, it requires a status that transcends political divisions and ensures the preservation of its unique identity. To this end, the Holy See reiterates its long-standing call for an international guaranteed special status capable of ensuring the dignity and rights of all its inhabitants and the faithful of the three monotheistic religions, the equality before the law of their institutions and communities, safeguarding the city's sacred character and its exceptional religious and cultural heritage. Furthermore, it must ensure the protection of the holy places, guarantee the unhindered right to access them and to worship there. It must also preserve the status quo where applicable. In Jerusalem, no one should be subjected to harassment. Therefore, it is regrettable that Christians feel increasingly threatened in the old city of Jerusalem. Mr. Co-Chairs, my delegation sincerely hopes that this conference will help build trust and strengthen the commitment of all parties to pursuing peace. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the representative of the Holy See for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Namibia.
Merci beaucoup et shukran for giving Namibia the floor to address this assembly. Namibia reaffirms its long-standing and principled position on the question of Palestine. The rights of the Palestinian people are not a matter of negotiation or compromise. They are rights guaranteed under international law, affirmed by countless United Nations resolutions and recognized by the international community. Yet, we continue to witness with grave concern the unfolding deadly and destructive violence and loss of human life that undermine efforts towards a peaceful resolution of the long-standing conflict. Israel's indiscriminate attacks against civilians in Gaza are the latest episode in the 77 years of the Nakba. The escalating violence is amongst the deadliest on record for women, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Namibia remains particularly worried about the worsening humanitarian situation. Throughout Gaza, freedom of movement and access to humanitarian relief remain severely limited despite the clear provisions of Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Let us be reminded that the weaponization of starvation as a method of warfare is prohibited under international law and must be halted. We firmly believe that the path to peace must begin with an immediate and unconditional ceasefire by all parties and the full implementation of all UN resolutions. This is an imperative that will pave the way for just, lasting, and comprehensive peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, living side by side, coexisting in an atmosphere of peace and security. No amount of humanitarian and economic support can substitute a negotiated two-state solution, which is the only solution to meet the legitimate security needs of both Israelis and Palestinians. This also implies the urgency of ensuring accountability by all parties. Moreover, there is an urgency to solving the ongoing fiscal crisis faced by the Palestinian Authority due to a combination of factors, including a foreign aid shortfall and the impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The World Bank has reported that the conflict has plunged the Palestinian economy into its deepest contraction in over a generation, with Gaza experiencing near total paralysis and the West Bank facing a deep recession. The continuation of this crisis is impacting an already fragile Palestinian economy and threatens to destabilize an already volatile situation. The situation is exacerbated by the Israeli government's withholding of funds and restrictions on humanitarian aid delivery, and we urge the international community to provide coordinated support to address this crisis. My delegation resolutely supports the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member state of the United Nations with all rights and privileges. The recent Security Council veto that blocked Palestine's full UN membership is a significant setback for international efforts to resolve the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Palestine has held observer status at the UN since 2012 and has diligently worked towards full membership, which is a vital step toward recognizing Palestinian statehood. Currently, Palestine is acknowledged as a sovereign nation by 149 of the 193 member states, demonstrating overwhelming international support for its rightful recognition. We call on the UN Security Council to reconsider its stance and to take a just decision that reflects the rights and aspirations of Palestinians. In conclusion, Namibia's commitment and solidarity with the Palestinian people is unwavering. We believe in their inalienable right to self-determination and full recognition as a rightful member of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, ensuring they secure their long overdue place within the global community of nations. Namibia remains dedicated to supporting all diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving these vital goals, advocating for justice, peace, and equality.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Namibia for that statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Co-chairs, Thailand would like to express our deep appreciation for your collective efforts and determination in convening this conference to reaffirm our shared political will and commitment to ensuring peace and stability in the Middle East. This long-awaited conference aims to advance international support for a just, lasting, and comprehensive resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict through the peaceful implementation of the two-state solution. Co-chairs, regrettably, one delegation raised an unrelated issue. While I had not intended to bring this bilateral matter into this very important forum, I must briefly clarify the facts to prevent misunderstanding. On July 28, through the good offices of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Sharif Hossain, a ceasefire was agreed. Yet, shortly after it took effect on July 29th, our neighbor resumed cross-border fire and incursions into Thailand territory in grave violation of the agreement. Thailand urges our neighbor to adhere strictly to the ceasefire agreement and reaffirms its commitment to working through existing bilateral channels and to refrain from disseminating false or misleading information and to engage in good faith. Co-chairs, the dire situation in Gaza with ongoing hostilities, humanitarian suffering, and widespread displacements, as well as rising tensions across the broader Middle East region, urgently call for renewed dialogue and efforts to safeguard peace and stability. Allow me to highlight the following points. First, Thailand reaffirms our support for the two-state solution as the only viable path to lasting peace in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions, with the states of Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. An inclusive approach is essential. Thailand supports all efforts by the UN, regional and international partners, including the League of Arab States, the OIC, and peace-loving nations, to foster meaningful dialogue and create conditions for peace. Trust must be rebuilt through confidence-building measures, constructive engagement, and inclusive diplomacy that addresses the concerns and aspirations of all parties. Second, we'll continue to call for a ceasefire that is sustainable, and an immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. With Thai nationals among those affected, we have witnessed firsthand the human toll that extends beyond the region. Peace in the Middle East is therefore a shared responsibility for us all. Third, the protection of civilians remains our priority. We support the immediate, safe, unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance in accordance with international humanitarian law. Co-chairs,
Today, let us reaffirm our collective resolve to bring this conflict to a permanent end through constructive dialogue and action-oriented solutions. Let history not remember us for our inaction, but for our courage to take decisive steps in the pursuit of peace over conflict.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Thailand for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Agradezco a Arabia.
I thank Saudi Arabia and France for convening this high-level conference. On the 29th of November 1947, Ecuador voted in favour of United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181. Co-chairs for Ecuador, multilateralism must urgently contribute to decisively addressing the needs of peoples. Hence, Ecuador maintains that the concept of peace and security must be applied in a timely, effective, and consistent fashion to allow us to address emerging threats to democracy and human rights, including terrorism and transnational organized crime. These are global scourges that know no borders and that no country can confront alone. This realistic approach, grounded in effective multilateralism, must also be applied to the issue before us today. No military action, abductions, conquests, uprisings, famines, or abhorrent acts of terrorism have managed to resolve, nor will they resolve, this issue. Almost 8 decades of pursuing such a path unsuccessfully should be enough. It's time to stop the blame game and instead to focus on achieving a lasting agreement once and for all. The only viable path is to move towards a negotiated, peaceful, definitive and just solution for the parties. My country hopes that in the not too distant future, peace and security may return to the region. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, let me also thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France for convening this important conference. We also commend the contributions and ongoing engagement of all high-level representatives presented over the past 3 days. Kyrgyzstan stands in full solidarity with the people of Palestine, particularly in light of the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We're gravely concerned by the suffering endured by innocent civilians, especially women, children, and elderly. The ceasefire agreement from January 2025 brought a brief yet significant pause in hostages, enabled the exchange of prisoners and hostages, and allowed the critical humanitarian assistance delivered by the UN, ICRC, and other partners to those who is on urgent need. Regrettably, this fragile ceasefire was short-lived. Hostilities have resumed, and once again, it is the civilian population that bears to the greatest burden. However, the situation is not hopeless. Let's collectively reaffirm our unwavering commitment to peace, dialogue, and the protection of human life. We call all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to uphold their responsibilities under international humanitarian law. Excellencies, 149 UN member states have recognized the state of Palestine. Kyrgyzstan is proud to be among them. We established diplomatic relations with Palestine back in 1995, and this year we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of our diplomatic ties. We welcome the decision made by France on the recognition of the State of Palestine and the decision of the United Kingdom, which was announced yesterday at this very stage. We believe that a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict must be based on the relevant UN resolutions and the long-standing principle of two states for two people, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, the global community must remain united in its efforts to end the bloodshed, to prevent the further loss of innocent lives, prevent further escalation of the full-scale humanitarian catastrophe. We welcome initiative to establish the international coalition to advance the implementation of two-state solution. Kyrgyzstan is ready and will contribute to all international efforts aimed at achieving a just, comprehensive, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kyrgyzstan for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan commends and sincerely thanks the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership in reviving international momentum for a just, lasting, and peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Kazakhstan has consistently supported the realization of the two-state solution as the only viable path to a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the Middle East. We firmly believe that the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and viable state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security, remains essential to regional and global stability. This vision is founded especially on the relevant UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions. At the same time, Kazakhstan unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks carried out on the 7th of October 2023, which led to the killing of civilians and the taking of hostages. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Such acts are unacceptable and have no justification under international law. The protection of civilians must be upheld on all sides. We are deeply alarmed by continuing escalation of violence, the unprecedented level of human suffering in Gaza, and the absence of a genuine political horizon. The dire humanitarian situation is unacceptable and demands urgent international attention. Kazakhstan reaffirms its support for the central role of the United Nations in efforts to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hence, we highly commend and support the work of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East in providing vital services and protection to millions of Palestinian refugees. It has been for 7 decades a crucial lifeline for them despite unprecedented operational challenges and funding shortfalls. Kazakhstan has been contributing voluntary financial support to UNRWA core and emergency programs and stands ready to continue this assistance. We call for sustained and predictable funding for it and safeguard its neutrality, operational integrity, and viability. Furthermore, we express our solidarity with the people of Palestine and reaffirm our readiness to extend humanitarian and development assistance, including to the civilian population in Gaza. We also believe that ensuring accountability and adherence to international humanitarian and human rights law must be at the heart of any meaningful process toward peace. The protection of civilians must remain paramount. There can be no lasting peace without justice, dignity, and mutual recognition. Peace cannot be deferred indefinitely. Kazakhstan welcomes efforts aimed at rebuilding confidence and revitalizing dialogue between the parties as well as within the international community, including through regional and multilateral platforms. We are also open to participate in broader efforts to create enabling conditions for the resumption of meaningful peace negotiations under the auspices of the UN and in line with the internationally agreed parameters. To conclude, the international community has a moral and political responsibility to act. Let us stand for a just and secure Middle East while restoring the faith of generations who deserve to grow up free from fear with rights and opportunities. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Co-chairs, my delegation welcomes the convening of this important international conference, which offers up an opportunity to work together towards the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. My country would like to reiterate its heartfelt congratulations to France and Saudi Arabia. Thank you for your leadership as co-chairs of the conference. Rest assured, you have our full support. Côte d'Ivoire would like to, speaking from this high rostrum, reiterate its support for the initiatives of the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, efforts for peace in the Middle East. We urge the continuation of his tireless efforts to ensure the definitive resolution of the crisis between Israel and Palestine. Co-chairs, this meeting is being held in an international context strongly characterized by the exacerbation of the Israeli-Palestinian crisis, with deadly atrocities, loss of human life, infrastructure destruction, massive civilian displacement, as well as hostages still being detained. According to data from the last report published by the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, to date, the number of people dead and injured due to Hamas's attack on Israel and Israel's counterattacks in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank since the 7th October 2023 stands at 58,000 dead and over 139,000 injured. Faced with this situation, its unprecedented proportions in which we fear humanitarian collapse in Gaza, Côte d'Ivoire, alarmed by this tragedy, would like to once again call for restraint and for recourse to diplomacy for a peaceful and lasting settlement of the crisis. My delegation welcomes the adoption on the 12th of June of this year by the General Assembly of a resolution demanding a ceasefire in Gaza and guarantees that sufficient aid immediately reaches Palestinian civilians. We remain convinced that it is only its effective implementation that will allow to save lives, human dignity, and foster peace. Furthermore, much like many other delegations, we deplore the lack of consensus within the Security Council on this issue. We invite the Council to put aside its differences, especially in humanitarian emergency situations. Co-chairs, indeed, the war in Gaza, which was started on the 7th of October 2023, dealt another blow to the idea of a negotiating solution, solidifying positions and taking us ever further away from the prospects of a return to peace in the region. Nonetheless, we believe that this meeting gives us an excellent opportunity to reiterate our common commitment and attachment to a peaceful settlement of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. We deplore the fact that the settlement efforts have been stalling for decades. Indeed, these deliberations are an opportunity to revive international support for peace. My country stands convinced that it is through respect for international law and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions that a lasting and mutually acceptable solution to the conflict can be found. On this note, we reiterate our commitment to the two-state solution, two states coexisting in peace within 1967 borders. This unswerving position, the position of Côte d'Ivoire, has for decades been advocated for by Félix Houphouët-Boigny, our first president. It was then reiterated by his successors, in particular His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. This is the thrust behind our support for relevant UN Security Council UN resolutions calling for a ceasefire, the delivery of humanitarian aid, and the implementation of a two-state solution. Co-chairs, to conclude, I'd like to ardently reiterate that we wish this conference every success. We hope that it will allow for progress on the implementation of UN resolutions on the question of Palestine and the two-state solution, so as to achieve comprehensive, just and lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you for your kind attention. I thank the representative of Côte d'Ivoire for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Romania.
Esteemed co-chairs, Your Excellencies, Romania welcomes the convening of the international conference in a key moment for the future of the Middle East and our collective security. We wholeheartedly hope that this timely initiative will be a decisive step in reviving the two-state solution and setting it on an irreversible course. We would also like to congratulate the conveners of the conference, the two co-chairs of the event, France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the co-chairs of the 8 working groups for undertaking this responsibility and for all the hard work that went into the preparations. The events that have transpired since the heinous terrorist attack of October 7, 2023, provide unquestionable evidence that we must keep working towards a political resolution, and our presence here today reflects this common understanding. Regretfully, a ceasefire has not been renewed as of yet. There are hostages still in captivity, and the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains extremely dire. We hope and continue to act in support of an agreement that might open up new opportunities for the whole region. Your Excellencies, from the outset, I would like to underline Romania's long-standing support of a negotiated settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. We strongly believe that this is the only sustainable solution that meets both the legitimate aspiration for statehood of the Palestinian people and the necessary security guarantees for Israel, as well as a viable promise for enduring peace and stability in the Middle East. Romania recognized the state of Palestine back in 1988 and for many years continued to foster close ties with both sides, played its part in mediating the early Israeli-Palestinian peace talks, and reiterated their mutual right to live in peace, security, and prosperity. Excellencies, what happened on October 7, 2023 has no justification. We condemn the brutal attack of Hamas against the State of Israel and the Israeli people. Hamas's hostage policy is unacceptable and undermines the future of the two-state solution. Once more, we call for the immediate, unconditional, and dignified release of all hostages. On the other hand, the suffering and destruction in Gaza today reach an unprecedented level. We are witnessing the gravely degraded humanitarian situation in Gaza and the suffering of innocent, especially women and children. The security of Israel cannot and will not come at the cost of civilian lives in Gaza. This is why, along with our EU and regional partners, Romania supports a ceasefire, concrete steps to re-establish decent living conditions for the civilian population of Gaza, and a comprehensive peace agreement as the only path to ensure lasting security for both Israel and the Palestinian people. From the beginning, Romania prioritized the provision of humanitarian aid to the region, sent multiple shipments of humanitarian aid to Gaza, and facilitated the evacuation of pediatric patients from the street, along with their family members. We have carried out so far, together with the European Union, with the European Commission, 7 humanitarian flights for 76 children and 185 family members. 41 of them are currently being treated in Romanian hospitals, and we are committed to continue these efforts. But this is just a temporary and scarce fix for a very complex situation, which needs long-term measures in order to address the reconstruction of Gaza and to heal the physical and emotional scars of this drawn-out conflict. We must continue to assist the Palestinian Authority in preparing its future role, both in the West Bank and Gaza, its capacity building and its reform agenda. Romania remains strongly committed to the principles underlying humanitarian aid. Acknowledging an international community based on the respect of the international law, including international humanitarian law and solidarity, We back a collaborative long-term solution for a reform UNRWA, moving forward with the ongoing process of completely putting the Kelowna recommendations into practice. We appreciate the efforts made by EU High Representative Kaja Kallas to reach an agreement with the Israeli authorities on humanitarian aid access. Its full implementation is needed. It can only be deemed successful if there is sufficient humanitarian aid delivered into Gaza. Thus, we also need EU monitoring on the ground and a fully active EU-BAM Rafah. Last but not least, I would like to extend our gratitude to the co-chairs of Working Group Number 5, the United Kingdom and Egypt, for their important work. We are ready to work together with
I thank the representative of Romania for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Belize.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, Belize aligns itself with a statement delivered by the distinguished delegate of Barbados on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. We commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Government of France for their leadership in co-chairing this conference aimed at advancing the peaceful and just settlement of the question of Palestine. We are especially encouraged by the announcements of several governments that they intend to recognize the state of Palestine in September. We hope that other member states, especially those that supported the 1948 UN resolution, follow suit and join the 147 countries that have already recognized Palestine. Belize's position on the question of Palestine has never wavered. We have been a consistent voice in support of the full realization of the Palestinian people's inalienable rights to self-determination, independence, and sovereignty. It is from this principled position that we view the current situation with deep concern and moral urgency. Excellencies, we are gathered here today to take long overdue steps toward the implementation of the 1948 UN resolution on the question of Palestine. While recognition of the state of Palestine is critical and a necessary step forward, it is only the beginning. The international community must go further and provide every assistance to the Palestinian people to establish and strengthen its institutions to govern and manage a modern, democratic state living side by side with the people of Israel within secure and recognized borders. At the same time, the international community must confront the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza head-on. Homes, schools, hospitals, and entire communities have been destroyed in a campaign of violence that has spared no one. Belize unequivocally condemns the indiscriminate bombing in Gaza, the blockade of life-saving humanitarian aid, and the ongoing violation of the UN Charter and international law. We must act to ensure the immediate, safe, and unimpeded flow of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people under the coordination and oversight of the United Nations. We must also ensure Palestine receives the financial, material, and technical assistance needed to support their reconstruction efforts. Excellencies, for any of this to materialize, there must be a genuine political process. Israel must come to the table. It must understand that there can be no lasting peace in the region unless the question of Palestine is resolved. Trust must be restored in the region, but first the violence must end. Recrimination by the combatants, their sponsors, the onlookers must stop. The forceful and unlawful acquisition of Palestinian land and property by Israeli settlers in the West Bank must stop. We in the international community must contribute to building trust in the region by providing meaningful support to all the factions, not only Palestine and Israel, but also to their neighbors, so that a culture of peace, cooperation, and mutual respect prevails. Let this conference be the beginning process to create a world in which the children of Palestine and Israel can live without fear, one in which they can live in peace, realize their ambitions, and share the richness of their cultures. Belize stands firmly with the Palestinian people and remain committed to the pursuit of justice, peace and the vision of two sovereign states living side by side in mutual respect and security. I thank you.
Je remercie, Monsieur.
I thank the representative of Belize for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you very much, dear co-chairs. Bulgaria highly appreciates the holding of this important international conference, co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Achieving lasting peace and stability in the Middle East is our shared priority, one that can only be realized through joint and coordinated efforts. Back in 1988, Bulgaria was among the first countries to recognize the state of Palestine. This historic decision stands as a testament to our long-standing commitment to a just and comprehensive peace. Grounded on the two-state solution. Today, we gather not merely to exchange views on policy, but to reaffirm a fundamental principle, one that speaks to the dignity of peoples, the urgency of justice, and the moral responsibility of the international community. That principle is the right of both Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace, security, and self-determination side by side in two sovereign and viable states. The two-state solution is not a rhetorical ideal. It is a vision anchored in decades of international consensus, enshrined in United Nations resolutions, embodied in Oslo Accords, and held by millions who refuse to yield to despair. It remains the only viable path towards a durable peace, one that guarantees a secure and democratic Israel and a free, sovereign, and democratic Palestine. Bulgaria strongly condemns the brutal terrorist attack carried out by Hamas on 7th of October 2023, which resulted in the horrific loss of more than 1,200 innocent civilian lives. The tragic developments in the Middle East since 7th of October underscore the urgent need for peace. As is often the case, civilians bear the heaviest burden of the conflict. The immediate priority must be an enduring ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the dramatic improvement in the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. This must include unimpeded access for humanitarian aid and its sustained distribution across the Strip, in line with UN Security Resolution 2735, as well as the protection of humanitarian workers on the ground. These goals require not only political, but will be also the design of implementation of practical and viable solutions. For peace to be sustainable, it must emerge from direct negotiations between the parties, who must be willing to compromise, demonstrate leadership, and take courageous steps forward. The fundamental prerequisite for lasting peace is trust, a confidence-building measure aiming at reducing tensions, enhancing communication, and promoting dialogue must be prioritized during any potential peace process. In this context, the exchange of information on security-related matters and the exercise of restraint are critical. Israel has a proven record of such cooperation, including with Palestinian Authority. Any future regional security architecture must take into account Israel's legitimate security concerns and be rooted in the recognition of its right to exist, an imperative that should be universally accepted. Neighboring Arab states should be actively involved in this effort, ideally through normalization of relations following the model of the Abraham Accords. At the same time, the state of Palestine, represented by the Palestinian Authority, must be recognized by the international community, excluding any role for Hamas. This requires successful inter-Palestinian reconciliation, leading to the establishment of unified leadership elected through inclusive democratic elections. These elections would not only resolve questions of legitimacy, but would also lay the foundation for a functional and democratic Palestinian state. In this regard, capacity building remains essential. Particular attention must be given to working with the youth, creating pathways to peace and development, while countering radicalization and incitement to violence. Let history remember this moment, not as yet another missed opportunity, but as a beginning of a renewed international commitment. Let this conference not only express solidarity, but serve as a catalyst for action. For peace is not a gift we offer one another, it's a responsibility we owe to future generations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Bulgaria for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the Gambia.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Let me seize this opportunity to convey our deep appreciation to the governments of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this international conference under the auspices of the General Assembly as regards the question of Palestine and the two-state solution in a bid to work towards the international processes for lasting peace, peaceful solution to the crisis in Gaza. The Gambia also welcomes the historic efforts by France for the recognition of Palestine as a state and encourages other member states to seize the momentum and to recognize Palestinian statehood. This conference is a call to collective and pragmatic action anchored on the hope of peace, justice, dignity, and respect for self-determination, sovereignty, and the statehood of the Palestinian people. Excellencies, today we stand at a critical juncture in the history of our world, facing a crisis that threatens to unravel decades of diplomatic efforts and plunge our world into deeper conflict. As we gathered here, the occupation of Palestine continues to be a source of immense pain and suffering. This comportment not only undermines the prospect for a peaceful resolution, but also exacerbate the tensions within the region. Chair, co-chairs, the ongoing occupation of Palestine and the injustice suffered by the Palestinian people serve as one of the most egregious situations to have ever occurred in our lifetime. It is incontrovertible that in view of the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, the need for definitively resolve the conflict has never been more urgent. The Gambia recognizes the enduring negative consequences of the occupation of Palestine and believes that the occupation and hostilities against the Palestinian people is not only a violation of our shared humanity, but also an affront to the rule-based international order. In this regard, the Gambia warmly welcomes the outcome of the various working groups established on the margins of this high-level conference. The situation of Palestine is about the core principle of justice and self-determination. We cannot continue to remain silent when clear violations of international human rights and international law are being committed in Gaza and West Bank. Co-chairs, the humanitarian catastrophe currently unfolding in Gaza is both profound and devastating, with far-reaching consequences not only for the region, but for the international community as well. We support all genuine efforts to maximize the prospect of a peaceful resolution, including the efforts aimed at reducing the tension within the region. Gaza's future and that of its population must be guaranteed. The scale of the displacement has resulted in unprecedented strain on resources and infrastructure within Gaza and neighboring areas where refugees seek shelter. Essential services like healthcare, water, sanitation, and electricity are severely compromised, leading to severe shortages of necessities. The people of Gaza need our collective support to rebuild their lives. It is critical for the global community to come together to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those in need and to work towards a sustainable political solution that promotes peace and security for all people in the region. Bearing in mind, also, the peace cannot be guaranteed without the exercise of right to self-determination of the Palestinian people and statehood. It is our conviction that we proceed with a clear focus on our shared goals, peace, justice, and restoration of dignity to all those affected by the conflict. It is through our united efforts that we can hope to achieve a durable ceasefire and and the unconditional release of all hostages, thereby paving the way for a lasting peace and that respects the rights and sovereignty of all. The Gambia believes that the lasting peace on both sides embodies the strong collective resolve to also ensure the full membership of Palestine into the United Nations and earning its deserved position as part of the Committee of Nations with equal rights and many other member states of the United Nations. In this context, we reiterate and endorse the call for a peace day for a lasting solution to the Palestinian problem. In our view, the best option for a peaceful settlement of this dispute between
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of the Gambia for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the United Republic of Tanzania is honored to participate in this important high-level conference on the question of Palestine and the pursuit of this two-state solution. We commend the initiatives and leadership of the co-chairs, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic, and welcome the continued commitment of the international community to advancing a just, lasting, and peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Tanzania remains deeply concerned by the continued escalation of violence and the terrible humanitarian situation, particularly in the Gaza Strip. The situation reaffirms the urgent need for concrete steps towards implementing the two-state solution with Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within the secure internationally recognized borders based on the pre-1967 lines in accordance with international law and relevant United Nations resolutions, including General Assembly Resolution ES 10/24. Co-chairs, Tanzania reaffirmed its unwavering support for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including their right to self-determination, independence, and sovereignty. We reiterate our long-standing position that the only sustainable path to peace is through genuine negotiation based on mutual recognition, peaceful coexistence, and a shared commitment to justice and international law. As the world is still witnessing the horrible humanitarian situation and untold human suffering in the Gaza Strip, we call upon the United Nations Security Council to fully uphold its responsibility under the Charter, particularly those contained in Article 12 and 24, and we take decisive action to end the cycle of conflict and impunity. We further urge all parties to agree to an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire, and to ensure impeding access to humanitarian assistance, including food, water, medical supplies, and shelter. Tanzania underscores the importance of dialogue as the only viable and durable solution to the conflict. Surely, there's no military solution to the conflict, so concerned parties must engage in constructive dialogue and sincerely work towards lasting peace, seek truth and reconciliation, and undertake confidence-building measures, including the release of hostages and cessation of all acts of violence against civilians. Co-chairs, Tanzania has recognized the state of Palestine for over 6 decades and full support its admission as a full member of United Nations. The admission of Palestine as a member of this important organization will only reaffirm its purpose and principle rather than undermining them. The people of Palestine who have been denied their homeland and with secure borders, forced to live as refugees in their lands and subjected to untold suffering, deserve the permanent reliefs. This August Assembly must continue to provide opportunity for the admission of the State of Palestine as a member of our organization. And the Security Council must refrain from preventing the actualization of this long-expired goal. Co-Chair, in conclusion, Tanzania reiterates its commitment to multilateral efforts aimed at achieving peace, security, dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. We remain ready to work in solidarity with the member states to ensure the realization of the two-state solution and to restore hope, stability, and justice to the people of the region. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, and I give the floor to the representative of Guinea.
Messieurs les co-présidents,
Co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, on behalf of His Excellency, General Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the Republic of Guinea, welcome the joint initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic, that is the initiative to convene this international conference dedicated to the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. My delegation fully subscribes to the statement delivered by Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement. Co-chairs, the Republic of Guinea reiterates its unswerving support to the Palestinian cause, which is underpinned not just by the principles of international law, but also the values of brotherhood, dignity, and humanity, to which the people of Guinea are strongly committed. The Republic of Guinea, true to its historic commitment to justice, peace, and international security, recognized the State of Palestine already in November 1988. We believe that there is an overriding necessity to recognize the State of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital and to grant it fully fledged member status within the United Nations organization. The right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, to freedom, and to an independent state is both what justice requires, but it is also an essential precondition for lasting peace in the Middle East. The two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security within recognized borders based on 1967 lines, remains the only viable path that is in keeping with international law. Co-chairs, we cannot ignore the human tragedy currently unfolding in the Gaza Strip. Too many lives have been lost. Children, women, and entire families have been decimated. Many people are still missing. Essential civilian infrastructure has been seriously damaged, if not completely destroyed. This situation cannot go on. We bear the collective moral responsibility to put an end to it, and definitively so, because the safeguarding of the values and principles which underpin our humanity are at stake. The eyes of the world, the eyes of our people are upon us. They are judging us on our collective capacity to ensure that international law and the ideals of peace, justice, and moral dignity, which are the bedrock of our organization, to ensure they prevail. Silence, inaction, indifference would constitute a betrayal not only to the fundamental principles of this organization, but to our very own humanity. The Republic of Guinea calls for an immediate, total, and lasting ceasefire. We reiterate that any lasting and viable solution necessarily requires an end to the violence, the occupation, and settlement activities on Palestinian territory, including in East Jerusalem, the recognition, full and comprehensive recognition, of a sovereign and independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, living in peace side by side with Israel, meticulous respect for relevant UN resolutions, and full and unfettered access for the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, today, more than ever, the Republic of Guinea stands shoulder to shoulder with those who've opted for dialogue over confrontation. We're here to reaffirm that peace is not a utopia. It is a must, and peace calls for political courage. It is high time to translate declarations of principles into concrete action. We need a clear-cut, consensus-based roadmap to ensure that the hopes of the Palestinian people become a political reality. We remain convinced that peaceful coexistence between the states of Palestine and Israel is not only possible, but necessary. It is in the name of our common humanity that we must seize the opportunity offered by this conference to definitively revive the hope of lasting peace between Israel and Palestine, with respect for human dignity and the solidarity among peoples. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant.
I thank the representative of Guinea for that statement. And I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Your Excellencies, co-chairs, Guyana aligns itself with the statement delivered by the permanent representative of Barbados on behalf of the member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. I commend you both, co-chairs of the working groups, for your preparations for the convening of this conference. Excellencies, following the General Assembly's adoption in 1947 of Resolution 181, in which it decided on the establishment of an independent Arab state and an independent Jewish state, the independent Jewish state Israel was created and recognized in 1949. However, almost 8 decades later, and with the formation and recognition of more than 80 new sovereign states by the UN, the establishment of an independent state of Palestine is still outstanding. Implementation of the two-state solution is a collective responsibility of the General Assembly, some aspects of which are common to all member states, while others are differentiated. Recognition of the state of Palestine is at the core. The two-state solution is only partially implemented due to the twin problem of the non-recognition of the state of Palestine by some member states and Israel's ongoing occupation of the Palestinian territory. Guyana therefore calls on all member states still to do so, to recognize the state of Palestine. We also call on Israel to comply with the advisory opinion of the ICJ regarding its unlawful occupation of the Palestinian territories. Excellencies, we are meeting against the backdrop of an unprecedented war in Gaza, characterized by repeated violations of international law. The onus is on all member states to be vigilant and consistent in their defense of international law on the question of Palestine. There should be no double standards and no silence and inaction when the rule of law is being violated. While most member states have been vocal in their condemnation of the ongoing atrocities in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, we urge every member of this organization to redouble their efforts to bring this tragedy to an end. Turning to actions needed for positive change, let me highlight 3 points. First, the ongoing situation in the occupied Palestinian territory remains a serious threat to international peace and security, and the Charter empowers the Security Council to respond to such threats decisively. Regrettably, the Council, as a collective, has not yet achieved the level of political will necessary to take those decisions. Second, action is needed in defense of the United Nations, humanitarians, medical personnel, journalists, and other professionals who continue to be the targets of indiscriminate and illegal actions by the occupying power. UNRWA, which has performed a stabilizing role in the OPT since its establishment in 1948, suffered the brunt of attacks against the UN. Last week, we were told that OCHA is next. This trend must not be allowed to continue, as it sets a dangerous precedent. Third, member states must be prepared to take bilateral action where it is necessary to stem the means of destruction used by the occupying power to weaken the two-state solution. Member states must continue working until an independent state of Palestine is established, pursuant to the relevant United Nations resolutions and in line with the pre-1967 borders. We must dissuade all actions that undermine this goal. In this context, we call on Israel to hand over all remittances being held for the Palestinian Authority. Excellencies, allow me to conclude by reaffirming our full support for the implementation of the two-state solution. Ghana looks forward to continuing its contributions to this goal, including through implementation of the recommendations emanating from this conference. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Co-chairs, excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kenya aligns itself with the statement read by the Republic of Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement. We also align with the African Union position that espouses the achievement of a two-state solution through negotiations founded on relevant UN resolutions and supports homegrown solutions based on socio-cultural tolerance. My delegation would now like to state the following in our national capacity. For decades, the Middle East has endured an ever-deepening occupation, cycles of violence, and the collapse of every major peace negotiation. The spiraling increase of civilian casualties, widespread displacement, and catastrophic humanitarian emergencies continue to imperil not only Palestinian aspirations for sovereignty and Israeli security, but also the stability of the entire region and the authority of international law. The two-state solution is deemed as the sole framework capable of delivering just, lasting peace. Unfortunately, it's now on the brink of collapse. Co-chairs, Kenya is concerned that the absence of decisive and coordinated action, unilateral measures, hardened stances of an irreversible status quo of protracted conflict will prolong human suffering and strategic fragmentation. In this regard, we take note that this conference is one of the few chances remaining to transform consensus into tangible, irreversible steps and propose the following actions embedded in three core pillars. First, ceasefire and humanitarian relief to secure an immediate, verifiable ceasefire, ensure the unconditional release of all hostages, and guarantee unfettered delivery of humanitarian assistance and the full withdrawal of military forces from Gaza. Second, implementing the two-state solution with security guarantees by convening a United Nations-backed mechanism and establishing robust, jointly monitored security arrangements to protect civilians on both sides, linked to benchmarks that reinforce the two-state roadmap. Third, instituting time-bound framework to adopt a comprehensive UN resolution mandating clear deadlines and enforcement measures and create a multinational oversight body that builds on the Global Alliance for Implementation to monitor compliance, deter spoilers, and report transparently to the international community. Co-chairs, excellencies, distinguished delegates, the world watches us to see whether we can convert long-standing consensus into concrete, irreversible action. By embracing three core pillars, that's political, economic, and security, we can cement an enduring peace with two states side by side in mutual security and cooperation, and pave the way for a stable, integrated Middle East. Kenya believes that collective and individual measures will help transform long-standing consensus into irreversible steps toward two sovereign states living side by side in peace, security, and mutual respect. In conclusion, we reaffirm our support for the two-state solution and commit to collaborating with member states in joint efforts to secure durable and lasting peace. I thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
I thank the representative of Kenya for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Czechia.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, we welcome this opportunity to affirm Czechia's long-standing commitment to a peaceful resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This vision is grounded in the establishment of two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. We are deeply concerned by the continued violence and humanitarian suffering in the region, and we call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages, leading to a permanent end of hostilities. Czechia acknowledges the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for statehood and dignity, just as we affirm Israel's right to exist, free from terror and existential threats. We believe that the only viable path to achieving this vision is through direct negotiations between the two parties. A negotiated agreement remains the sole sustainable means to ensure stability, democratic and economic development, and security for all. Unilateral actions risk undermining the delicate balance required for meaningful dialogue and may further entrench divisions. Excellencies, it is of utmost importance to re-establish a political horizon toward a two-state solution. We urge all parties and international actors to focus on confidence-building measures, regional cooperation, including through frameworks such as the Abraham Accords, and practical steps that can foster trust and pave the way for renewed negotiations. A peace settlement must serve the legitimate interests of both peoples, who rightfully expect tangible outcomes from diplomatic efforts. It is imperative to create conditions that enable Palestinians to establish a viable, independent future, whilst also ensuring that Israelis are not perpetually confronted with critical security concerns. Furthermore, Hamas should no longer pose a threat to Israel and must have no role in Palestine's future governance. Excellencies, achieving a just and lasting peace will require bold and courageous decisions from both Israelis and the Palestinians. The path to a two-state solution is neither simple nor without sacrifice, but it demands leadership that prioritizes the future over the past and reconciliation over retaliation. Both sides must demonstrate the political will to engage in meaningful dialogue, make difficult compromises, and reject extremism in all its forms. Only through such resolve can we hope to transform aspirations into reality. Czechia stands ready to assist in any genuine effort that brings both sides back to the negotiating table and advances the cause of peace. I thank you.
Je remercie Madame la...
I thank the representative of Czechia for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, co-chairs, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's our honor to participate in this high-level conference that comes at a time when the wounds of the region are deepening, at a time when the cycle of injustice and suffering is expanding, at a time when the brotherly Palestinian people lack prospects for just solutions. We thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for convening this important meeting. This conference is an opportunity that must not go unnoticed. It is a defining moment for us to renew our collective political will, not only to find solutions, but to advance the implementation of the two-state solution, this solution that has long been rejected and overlooked and eroded. Co-chairs, the Palestinian people for more than 7 decades have been reeling from ongoing occupation. They have been systematically deprived of their most basic national and human rights. The international community has stood silent as the Palestinians have been reeling on a daily basis from colonial settlement, forced displacement, blockade, daily violations. The holy Christian and Muslim sites have been desecrated, and the life of a whole people have been fragmented generation after generation. Despite this, the Palestinian people continue to uphold their legitimate right to freedom, independence, and self-determination as enshrined in international law and UN resolutions. They do not demand more than this. In this context, we reiterate our unwavering support for the two-state solution along the 4 June 1967 borders, and on the basis of UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, and on the basis of international law and the Arab Peace Initiative for the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. We call clearly for the full recognition of the State of Palestine and for its full admission in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, injustice does not achieve peace. Ongoing occupation does not generate stability. We reject double standards and the selective application of international law. We cannot respect international law in one place and overlook its violation in another place, and the occupier cannot be rewarded, and the people under occupation cannot be punished. The implementation of the two-state solution is no longer a diplomatic option. We now call today for clear measures that can no longer be postponed. First, the State of Palestine must be admitted as a full member of the UN. Secondly, all illegal settlement activities must come to an end immediately and unconditionally. Thirdly, the blockade on Gaza must be lifted and humanitarian safe corridors must be opened. Fourthly, international protection must be afforded to the Palestinians. Fifthly, we must revive the serious and binding political track under international multilateral auspices with a clear implementation mechanisms. In conclusion, the time is not on our side. Every day without a solution is a new day of pain, a new day of dashed hopes and erosion of international order. We hope that this conference will be a true turning point where we do not only express intentions, but we transition towards actionable implementation and follow-up mechanisms. In this context, we reiterate our clear position. Palestine is not only a humanitarian cause, it is a question of justice, a question of rights and sovereignty. The government and people of Somalia will continue to support this just question in all fora. We believe that freedom is achieved and snatched by justice and is defended in position. Thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Somalia for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cabo Verde.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, Cabo Verde aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the G77 and the African Group, and hereby delivers in national capacity. Cabo Verde stands before this high-level conference with profound commitment to peace, international security, and respect for the fundamental principles of international law. Since its independence, our country has upheld its sovereign policy on principles of peaceful cooperation, mutual respect, and the right of all peoples to self-determination and independence in line with the Charter of the UN. The two-state solution for Israel and Palestine represents not only a legal and political imperative, but also the only sustainable way to ensure security, stability, and development for both people. Cabo Verde would like to highlight three fundamental pillars for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and to implement the two-state solution. 1. The establishment of the Palestinian state, founded on full sovereignty and territorial integrity, must be grounded in international norms protecting the territorial integrity and historical rights of the Palestinian people. 2. Peace will not be sustainable without concrete and balanced security arrangements that ensure mutual protection and trust-building mechanisms between the parties. Coordinated measures must be implemented in a transparent and binding manner, reinforcing both Israel and Palestine's commitment to a future free of hostilities and existential threats. 3. The success of the two-state solution depends not only on political and legal guarantees, but it will only prevail if sustainable economic conditions are also assured. Post-conflict reconstruction must be linked to economic integration strategies promoting a resilient governance structure, sustainable investments, and effective assistance mechanisms. For Cabo Verde, it is clear that peace cannot reign upon diplomatic commitments alone. For peace to prevail, it must be built on justice, respect for international law, and recognition of the dignity of all peoples. The success of this conference will be measured by the concrete actions we take, ensuring that two states can coexist side by side with security, sovereignty, and prosperity. Cabo Verde is hopeful that this conference will produce effective commitments and tangible results for a just and lasting peace. Cabo Verde reiterates its full support to the implementation of the two-state solution. May this path lead to two neighbor nations living in peace and rebuilding a prosperous future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame.
I thank the representative of Cabo Verde for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Nepal.
Distinguished co-chairs, first let me extend my sincere appreciation to the governments of the French Republic and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this high-level international conference. Excellencies, for nearly 8 decades, the pursuit of just and lasting peace in the Israeli-Palestine conflict has remained elusive. Uncertainty, chaos, violence, and despair dominate the regions over the decades. The situation has further deteriorated since the October 7 terrorist attacks on Israel by Hamas. The region is descending into even greater turmoil and volatility since then. The humanitarian crisis has reached unimaginable levels. Relentless loss of innocent lives, mass displacement, and widespread destructions have unfortunately become the tragic norm. The indiscriminate targeting of civilians, aid workers, and vital infrastructures continues unabated. The world cannot afford to stand by as devastation unfolds. Urgent and decisive action is needed to break this cycle of violence and restore hope for a peaceful future for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, Nepal strongly condemned the brutal attack on Israel on 7 October 2023, which claimed the lives of hundreds, including 10 Nepali nationals. Equally, we have denounced the indiscriminate use of force against civilians in Gaza. Nepal has consistently called for immediate de-escalations, restraint on end to civilian casualties, and protections of public and private properties. We also call for providing immediate, unrestricted, and adequate humanitarian assistance to the disparate civilians in Gaza. Humanity must be preserved, and human rights must be respected in all circumstances. It is also crucial that international laws, including the international humanitarian laws, are fully respected by all. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages taken by Hamas, including Bipin Joshi from Nepal. We are gravely concerned about his and others' health and well-being. Co-chairs, Nepal has long supported a two-state solution, advocating for Israeli and Palestinians to coexist peacefully within the recognized international borders based on international law and relevant UN resolution. We affirm our support for all efforts aimed at achieving a just, peaceful, and lasting solution to the questions of Palestine. We urge both Israel and Palestine to exercise utmost restraint, to end hostilities, resort to dialogue and diplomacy, and uphold internationally recognized agreements, including the two-state solutions. Stopping ongoing violence and securing of durable ceasefire is crucial to create conditions for diplomacy and prevent further civilian casualties. On this score, we appreciate the efforts made by the United States of America, Qatar, and Egypt for achieving permanent ceasefire. The United Nations and international community must take all necessary measures to restart negotiations, establish a framework for lasting peace, and find a just, peaceful, amicable, and lasting political solutions to the problems. For this, myopic visions and narrow political interests must be set aside. This is crucial to prevent this crisis from deepening into a catastrophe. We stand by our conviction that the political resolutions grounded in two-state solutions is the most effective path to ending suffering, breaking the cycle of violence, and securing long overdue peace for both Palestinian and Israeli civilians. In conclusion, co-chairs, let's unite in pursuit of a just and lasting solution to one of the world's most prolonged and complex challenges. Let's ensure that peace prevails in the regions and beyond. And let's build a future for both Israelis and Palestinians grounded in peace, justice, and coexistence. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. St. Vincent and the Grenadines extends its appreciation to the co-chairs of the conference, His Excellency Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of France, and His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We welcome your efforts in convening this important high-level meeting on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. Excellencies, today we must accept the harsh reality that our multilateral system is fractured, and this breakdown has in turn allowed the erosion of the principles of international law, including those set out in the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the legally binding resolutions adopted by the Security Council. These principles are not abstract ideals, but safeguards for our peaceful coexistence. This is why St. Vincent and the Grenadines regards this conference as a critical opportunity to rebuild trust among states through the recommitment in good faith to the principles of international law and the two-state solution as set out in the Security Council Resolution 242/1967. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has for too long assailed the people of Gaza, their suffering being a tragic testament of the consequences of setting aside international law that was designed to, at a minimum, put an end to such a conflict. The Palestinian people continue to contend with illegal occupation, dispossession, and harsh settler colonialist policies without delay in recognizing an independent state of Palestine, being a contributing factor to the toxic status quo. The cycle of death and destruction, ongoing impunity, and the violations of our international framework cannot be allowed to continue. International law, including the principles embedded in the Charter of the United Nations, can neither be selectively applied nor sporadically upheld. As a modern civilization, if we are credible defenders of peace, then we must ultimately be consistent defenders of international law. Within this context, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reaffirms its support to a two-state solution that guarantees that both Israel and Palestine can live side by side in peace and security within internationally recognized borders based on the pre-1967 lines. Every state and people desirous of such ambitions are deserving of achieving it. Excellencies, the Charter of the United Nations is clear in its preamble. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. This solemn commitment must serve as our collective moral compass. It is our sincere hope that this conference will mark a turning point in the region, as well as in our global commitment to peace, stability, and multilateral cooperation. We express our hope that the work of the working groups would amount to more than just an academic exercise, but instead would contribute tangibly to a shift in the discourse and the direction of this long-standing issue, operating as launching pads for action. We recognize, however, that to be impactful, our commitments throughout this conference must be backed by concrete, measurable action. Now is not the time for fatigue. We can no longer simply stand in solidarity. The need to implement a two-state solution has become more urgent than ever. And to this end, we
I thank the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her statement. I thank the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Señores copresidentes.
Co-chairs, we support the statements delivered by Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement and by Venezuela on behalf of the group of friends in defense of the UN Charter. Cuba has consistently supported the Palestinian people, who have been denied the exercise of their rights, including the inalienable right to self-determination. And we have denounced the atrocities committed by Israel for more than 75 years now. Cuba has called for a comprehensive, just and lasting solution on the basis of the creation of two states, enabling the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination and to possess a free and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and the return of refugees as crucial premises for resolving the conflict. Cuba participated in the extraordinary ministerial meeting of the Hague Group, an initiative by a number of states seeking to coordinate action to achieve tangible results and take urgent measures to enforce an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and the withdrawal of Israeli occupying forces. We have joined the call of the immense majority of the international community for decisive action that would bring an end to one of the most long-standing injustices of our time, an injustice that has worsened over the last 2 years, during which Israel has committed crimes against humanity, collective punishment, apartheid, and genocide against the Palestinian people with impunity. The number of displaced persons, as well as the destruction of hospitals and other civilian infrastructure in blatant violation of international humanitarian law, put us face to face with a painful reality that wounds our humanity. The massacre perpetrated against the besieged Gaza Strip has triggered an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, plunging the territory into terror, death, and mass destruction. Indeed, according to the United Nations reports, millions of civilians are trapped, fighting hunger, disease, and constant displacement. We see consistent Israeli settlement building practices, and violence is escalating in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We cannot allow illegal settlements and repression to become normalized. Excellencies, it is impossible to talk of the situation in Palestine without speaking out about the historical complicity of the United States government, which is also responsible for the genocide by repeatedly using its veto right in the Security Council to block the implementation of a ceasefire that would halt the massacre and would uphold the will of the international community. The paralysis of the Security Council is an affront harnessed by Israel to continue its criminal policies without fear of consequence. Concrete action is urgently needed in this body to halt the ongoing genocide, to allow the unrestricted delivery of sufficient humanitarian aid, and to guarantee the vital work of UNRWA. More than 145 countries already recognize the state of Palestine. The full membership of Palestine in the United Nations can no longer be delayed. It is vital to begin the reconstruction of Gaza, to create conditions for the return of displaced persons, to ensure the full and unconditional withdrawal of the Israeli occupying forces, and to implement the agreements reached between the parties. The aspiration that this forum will provide real prospects for a just, lasting, and sustainable solution to the conflict is something that is shared by millions of people around the world. Let us not fail them. Justice for Palestine can wait no longer. Let us act in line with the urgency that humanity is demanding and that the Palestinian people need as a crucial condition for achieving a just, lasting, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Je remercie
I thank the representative of Cuba for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Maldives.
Co-chairs, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This conference must mark a turning point to end the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's a historic opportunity to restore justice and enforce accountability. For a region long shrouded in conflict and suffering, this conference can create momentum to realize two-state solution. In 1947, the General Assembly promised that two peoples could live side by side in peace, dignity, and sovereignty. The reality today is stark. Over 100,000 Palestinians wounded, 50,000 killed, more than 17,000 of them children. The world cannot stand in idle while children die from deliberately imposed hunger. This is unfolding before our own eyes. Yet Israel's actions remain impervious to pleas. Its impunity blocking every attempt to end the suffering. We must not normalize such devastation or become desensitized to the loss of innocent life. In moments like this, diplomacy and multilateralism must not retreat. They must rise. We need more action, not just condemnation, more cooperation, and less polarization. The Maldives stands today with unwavering moral clarity. We may be small, but we have never wavered in standing for what is right. This is why we recognized the State of Palestine in 1988. This is why the Maldives has filed a declaration of intervention at the ICJ for the application of the Genocide Convention in Gaza Strip. This is why we argued before the court that Israel's action violate Palestinians' human rights and demanded humanitarian access. Let us begin with the truth. The State of Palestine exists. 147 countries in this hall recognize it, and more have expressed their intent to do so. The Palestinian flag flies outside this hall. Its sovereignty and its people must not be erased. From Gaza to West Bank to East Jerusalem, Palestinians have the inalienable right to remain, to return, and to govern a state of their own freely and fully. The targeting of UNRWA must stop. Defunding a humanitarian lifeline during famine and massacre is not policy, it's cruelty. Humanitarian workers are not the enemy, nor are journalists. And aid is not optional, nor is the obligation to protect civilians. The Maldives believes in a just, lasting solution: two states, two peoples, and one peace. But there can be no peace without justice. Israel must be held accountable for the lives it has taken, for the homes it has destroyed, for the future it has killed, and for the hopes it has extinguished. Reparations, restitutions, and redress is the bare minimum. The Maldives supports Arab Reconstruction Plan with technical expertise, financial support, and moral leadership, and we urge others to do the same. This is why we begin to restore humanity to a people who have lost everything. Let every child in Palestine grow with dignity and hope for the future they deserve. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant.
I thank the representative of the Maldives for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the League of Arab States.
يسعدني أن أقف على هذا المنبر اليوم مرتديا.
Allow me to take the floor and in the honor of Palestine to express our solidarity with the state of Palestine. Here I present the statement of the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, who was unable to make the statement himself. At the outset, allow me to express my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic for chairing this meeting at a difficult time, which is not enabling a serious effort towards peace. This international conference, with such a broad-based participation, allows us to focus on the crime of the century, which reminds us of the somber times of history, and we hope that it will never happen again. We think that those that were victims of crimes against humanity would understand the sense of humanity, that those who had lived through ethnic cleansing would never practice it, that those who were victims of genocide and its horrors would not be tempted to commit this crime of genocide that we are seeing today, the plans of which have been announced in Gaza and the OPT. We must denounce this crime in all of its gravity and the tragedy that it causes. They are the continuum of another crime, that is occupation. A crime that the ICJ has asked to be brought to an end as soon as possible. What we're seeing today in Gaza, the withdrawal of stability and security in the region, is indeed the outcome of the ongoing occupation. This is the price being paid by Palestinians, a price paid in blood, a price paid by the populations across the region in terms of the stability and future. It is the price paid by the entire world in terms of stability and security. It's an extremely high price that we are all paying for the system of apartheid and occupation to remain on this land. The vision set out by the state, representatives of civil society and organizations during the preparatory meeting within the 8 thematic working groups that were cited in the outcome document very clearly show that there is clear international will and that it represents the majority for the Israeli settlement building to stop. It also shows that another future is possible for the region, that is, for peaceful coexistence. But this future will only happen where there is a viable Palestinian state that can be a fully fledged member of the United Nations to do away with the stain that we have at the moment. The League of Arab States remains committed to the Arab Peace Initiative adopted in Beirut 23 years ago. That is the full withdrawal from Arab lands and the end of occupation against the normalization, the integration and peaceful coexistence. This vision hasn't, however, been reciprocated. Rather, it has been countered by arrogance and nationalism based on religious sectarian views that will lead the region to an unknown future. If everyone, particularly civil organizations, are not involved in this process, there will be no change. In conclusion, this conference represents a turning point for the Middle East, for Palestine, in Syria, Lebanon, and elsewhere. The League of Arab States will continue to strive alongside Saudi Arabia and France, alongside the chairs of the working groups, with the immense majority of states, peace-loving states, in the General Assembly, this democratic forum. We will continue to work for all states and all organizations to commit to ensure that Palestine is recognized at the 80th General Assembly session, and the League of Arab States will continue to support an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, based on the proposals made by France, the UK, and peace-loving states. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le...
I thank the representative of the League of Arab States for that statement. This brings us to an end of the time that we have for this general debate session. The general debate will continue this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.